Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. Hopefully I finally have more time to finish this game. I mean, there's still a lot to do, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to finish it for a while yet, but last two to 3 weeks I wasn't really able to put in as many hours as I would have liked. But I hope you're having a great morning, day, evening, wherever you are. Let's get back into this, shall we? So what I did last time is actually switch up my weapon to this holy scythe, which is hopefully going to be pretty cool. I'm not the biggest fan of its aesthetic, all things considered. I like the basic idea of it. I think the weapon itself is pretty cool, but, you know, I mean, two-handed it looks a bit better, but I kind of wish it's just a bit too big. Or not, well, too big is maybe not the right word, but certainly, I don't know, it has somewhat of an awkward feel to it when you're running around like this. It just doesn't look like a proper weapon somehow. I don't know. It's pretty cool though. Its skill is pretty awesome as well. And, well, I want to use it. But let's check out. So last time I did what exactly? I went all the way up here. I checked out the Frenzy Flaming Tower, checked out everything here, killed the invader up here as well. One thing that I haven't done so far is actually move along this path because I wanted to keep this for later. And then apparently, at least as far as I've been told, there seems to be like a secret passage, or not, well, not necessarily secret, but obviously we have the elevator here that we need the second part of the medallion off to access, I guess, or to make it moving. And I don't really have that currently. So, as far as we've been told, there seems to be a second way to get to the plateau and to get to the capital, which might be this mine shaft thing, tunnel, or whatever it is. So that is definitely something that I have to keep in mind, which is also why I didn't really want to go this way quite yet. What I will do instead is take a look at this manor. So as far as we now know, this seems to be the Carrion royal family's manor. And it's also where supposedly the daughter of Renala is hiding. So that's going to be our task for now, for today. And I hope it's going to be an interesting one. One thing that I might do before I actually go to the manor, well, first of all, obviously I want to check out, I think that's another chapel over here that I need to look at. And then also I might want to check out this sort of general area as well. I also need to keep in mind, I am still currently using the Great Room, so I have slightly higher stats than usual, which means that I probably have to switch back to my other weapon if I die, because with the Holy Scythe equipped, I think I actually would have heavy load if my stats drop back down, so I might want to level endurance for a bit. But also I want to check out this weapon. I want to know how well it performs. I tried it out just a tiny bit at the end of last stream, and it felt pretty awesome, but at the same time, you know, I guess it remains to be seen how good it is in terms of successive attacks, right? Because one of the biggest issues in Elden Ring specifically is if your attack animations are too long. That can really, really be a problem. Or rather, it can be less fun, I would say. At least for me personally, I do prefer faster attack animations, which is also why I think Bloodborne and Sekiro still remain my two favorite FromSoft games. It's just they're very fast in terms of combat. And even in Bloodborne, I do tend to use the faster weapons. I think I actually did one playthrough of Bloodborne where I desperately wanted to use like another... Oh, King's Realm Ruins, interesting name. I desperately wanted to use another weapon, specifically like a, you know, I guess a bit more of a technical one, I guess you could say. But then at the end of the day, I still switched back to, what was it, the Saw Cleaver or something is, I think, what it's named. Right. Well, that was a brilliant first attack, wasn't it? Wow. I do like the damage of the Holy Scythe. I think it's mainly because its base stats are a lot higher compared to my sword that I was using previously. So the sort of the base holy damage that it deals is much higher. And as far as we know how, you know, or as far as I know how subtraction works on damage, that probably means that it's just dealing a lot more raw damage to enemies. What's going on here, though? Is it just wolves here? But yeah, in Bloodborne I did just switch back to, oh, hello. A couple of invisible folk over here, apparently. Is that the only one? Can you see where they teleport to, though? I don't know if they have, like, a tell. I don't think they do, quite honestly. Or maybe... Yeah, I don't... That was weird. I thought that maybe, but the golden... golden particles that they were, leaving behind when they teleported, they were no indication of where they actually teleported. E.g., forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance. Who the fuck is E.g.? E.g. question mark. Wait, they were placed in your trust, but I literally fought one of you just now, so you're still here, technically. Maybe? I mean, that's one of the things, and I mentioned this before, probably one of the things that's the worst about, what? Oh, is that some sort of trap, apparently. Oh. Wow! Okay. Pretty potent trap, apparently. I do think... So the scythe is a lot quicker than I thought it would be, to be honest. I like that. Glintstone Firefly. What? Oh. I was wondering why my screen was shaking, but... He's just going ham on the wolves. No, don't vanish. Are you fucking kidding me? But yeah, one thing that I definitely dislike the most about actually the way FromSoft designs games in general is this problem of they always present a destroyed world, right? A world that is in a state where nothing really functions anymore. It's basically a dystopian version of whatever world you're looking at, right? Or whatever world you're traversing. And that in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? I mean, that can be done very, very well, and I don't think that they're doing it poor either. But unfortunately, they write themselves, well, I wouldn't necessarily say into corners, but they certainly have a couple of issues with how their stories sort of work out. I definitely like the range on the let's say the cone in front of me. It's quite a large cone that this weapon has, and it should have, obviously, but yeah, I do like that as well. But yeah, FromSoft tends to create these broken worlds, but then they, like this guy, right? They're trying to tell a story. They're essentially saying, hey, this place has been overrun by, I don't know, something, right? Something must have attacked this place at some point. But not only is it very unclear when that happened, but at the same time, we're literally fighting what appears to be his allies, right? We're fighting people that look like him. And logically, that wouldn't really make any sense, right? If he's talking about an attack or something that might have happened on this place, then, well, why are what appears to be his companions, why are they still here? Right? Logically, that just doesn't make any sense. And the problem is, these games are riddled with these kinds of problems. And I don't really know why that is. FromSoft seems to have issues. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I was looking for an entrance like this, right? Because obviously, usually these kinds of ruins do have these underground rooms, but to have an invisible floor instead of a wall? Man, I'm going back and forth on so many things, right? This is actually really cool, right? So, in a way, discovering this, sort of by accident, is pretty cool. But I'm still not a fan of invisible stuff. I think... Are you fucking kidding me? I can't take him down here? Or do I have to, summon him again? If I go down there. Guess I should try. But also let's start out this way. Just to finish my thought here. Wait, what was I even talking about? Oh yeah, about the storytelling with these environments. I wish they were more consistent with that, right? I wish that they would, if they're trying to tell me, hey, this place has been attacked by something or someone, or something might have happened. Either give me more info on it, right? So put items there or notes or something that tells me, hey, this is what actually happened. Or at least hints at something that I can then think about, right? And sort of speculate about, hey, okay, maybe this happened here, maybe that happened here, right? Either do that, or place enemies here that make it obvious what happened, right? Place, I don't know, well, any kind of enemies here that look like they shouldn't belong here, or look like they maybe attacked this place at some point, right? But to place a spirit here that tells you about, well, him sort of apologizing, apparently because this place has been overrun by something. But then the only enemies that remain in this place, except for the wolves, are literally his companions, at least by the looks of it, right? What am I to make of that? Logically, to me, that just doesn't really make any sense, right? So, they're not even really telling a story with this, right? And if we compare this to environmental storytelling, especially with Bethesda is actually really, really good with environmental storytelling. Their other stories aren't that great. Some of them aren't, especially the main stories aren't. But their environmental storytelling is really, really good. And FromSoft is really, really bad with environmental storytelling, unfortunately. They do other stuff with their environments that is really interesting, but storytelling isn't one of them. And that's just unfortunate, because it feels like with the amount of detail that they're sometimes putting, or most of the times actually putting into their environments, there is a lot there, right? They just need to write it and think about it properly. Maybe it's also because of the scale of Elden Ring. It just wasn't really possible for every location. But then at the end of the day, right, why implement these ruins anyway? And that's probably one of my biggest criticisms in general about Elden Ring. And I think I also mentioned that at some point during the playthrough, is just that it does feel a slightly bit like a Ubisoft game in that regard, right? These ruins, for example, they just seem to be here because there was an empty spot on the map, and they said, hey, what can we put there? Oh, let's just put a ruin with a room at the bottom with a boss enemy, and the player can fight it, and everything will be happy, right? Or everyone will be happy. And, I'm not totally against that, but then they also place the spirit here, and he's talking about something. And unfortunately, if you're doing that, it puts sort of, at least for me, it raises sort of the expectation here, right? What is this place? What happened here? Why does it have this name? Why is this person sitting here, right? What are they talking about? What kind of attack are they talking about? And if you then don't really answer those questions, or seemingly don't really have answers for these questions, then it just comes off as lazy and bad environmental design at the end of the day. And that's completely unnecessary, because they literally could have left the spirit out of here. And I wouldn't even have thought about it, right? It would just be, oh, hey, this is another ruin, and that's it, right? Yeah, I don't really know. Oh no. Oh, for fuck's sake. No. Can you please heal? Press the button like an hour ago. Oh, yeah, of course. Put me in the corner. Well, still not the biggest fan of them, all things considered, especially because they seem a bit too erratic for the game's design in general. But then again, it also... I mean, with this kind of boss in particular, what you mainly want to avoid is probably going too far away from them, in order to make sure that they don't do these long charging attacks. It's just that they... the problem is in this particular case, this erratic kind of boss design very, very much reminds me of a very specific boss enemy in Sekiro, which is... I don't even remember what they were called specifically, but it was these guys that crawl all over the ceiling as well, and they have these metallic claws attached to them, right? Which is how they crawl on the ceiling and stuff. And they are very, they're incredibly fast in terms of how they attack in Sekiro, and there's a big version of that appears multiple times in Sekiro. I think you fight him twice as a boss, and then one time as like a normal enemy or something. But that was actually a very, very cool fight in Sekiro, I felt like, because they're so fast and they have like an insane combo attack to them. But the cool thing about Sekiro is that you can properly block their attacks, right? And I was having trouble fighting it at first, right? Because I was trying all kinds of things and I didn't really get how, because I was constantly still getting hit, right? It was very, very hard to get in hits yourself. But once you realize how quickly they attack and what that actually does, you can specifically bait out that enemy type in order to make him attack you a bunch of times. And if you block their attacks properly, they actually almost kill themselves, right? Because they're, with every attack that you block successfully, their stagger bar grows, right? Which means that if you can bait out like 3 of their insane fast combos back to back, I think it was like 3 or something, their bar fills up and you get the insta-kill on them, which I felt like was really, really cool. Once I discovered that, they were incredibly fun to fight. It just made you feel very, very powerful, right? If you block their attacks properly, that was so satisfying to do. A frozen needle. That's a weapon, isn't it? That sounds cool. But yeah, that is actually something that I am very much missing in, well, Elden Ring specifically, but also in Dark Souls. I feel like blocking in Dark Souls is not that satisfying overall. This causes frost buildup. Ooh, that looks nice. A razor-thin piercing blade of ice, forged by E.G., the Carrion Royal Blacksmith. At least now we get more information about him, so that's cool. Can inflict frost upon enemies and launch its blade with a strong attack. The blade immediately regenerates. Oh, so you can throw the ice. Oh, that is awesome. Impaling thrust, skill that lets piercing armaments overcome enemy shields. Build power, then launch forward with a strong shot. Okay, so E.G., blacksmith of the Carrion Royal family. What was this place called? Something King's Ruins, right? Just wonder if this was maybe the place where the forges were? Because they... Although, weren't the forges... I think forges were typically close to the house, right? Or the manor, castle, whatever. Because you needed them in times of war. Not entirely sure on that, though. But yeah, that's honestly something that I dislike about blocking in Elden Ring. You know, it very much seems to be... Oh, oops. Shit, I wanted to parry. I forgot that I don't have the parry skill on my shield currently. But it very much seems to be built around parrying, right? Which is... I like that parrying exists as a basic concept. I just don't like the way that it's executed because it feels very unnatural, right? The way you raise up your shield. I honestly don't think that's how parrying in real life works with the shield. I mean, technically something like parrying, I think, doesn't really exist. Well, at least the way it's portrayed here. Which isn't necessarily a problem, right? I mean, I'm not saying that the game needs to be realistic on that. It's just, I feel like shields are mostly, at least the smallest shields, are mostly built around parrying, right? Because you can't really do anything else with them, to be completely honest. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just heard the sound, but it wasn't... I think he was too far away. Oh, for... It's honestly pretty annoying that you can't really... What? Okay. That was weird. I killed everyone else with one shot, but not him. Interesting. But yeah, it feels... Why are there messages here? What? The f... I could have literally... What? Oh, wait, what? Is that truly the only... Is that an enemy? Or is that an NPC? It looks like an NPC, honestly. Wait, do you actually have to go through this secret wall? You do? Wait, what? Okay. That is... interesting and... unfortunately also incredibly unnecessary. Yeah. I dislike these types of walls. Please just make them normal contraptions, right? I would have vastly preferred to have some sort of puzzle here. Imagine how cool that would have been, right? Have like a really cool designed door here, right? That fits this manor. I don't know, maybe with 4 different sigils on them, and then you need to find what activates these sigils, right? And then you could have done some sort of very cool puzzle here. I mean, maybe... See, with these guys teleporting all over the place, maybe you needed to... I don't know, make them teleport to a specific location in order to force them to activate some sort of contraption at the same time or something, right? I mean, you could have literally done anything here, but an actual puzzle, right, would have fit this far more than this weird illusionary wall. You know what? The biggest problem about it is that these kinds of things, like the fact that apparently illusionary walls can even exist in this world, the biggest problem is that it's never really been established that that kind of magic exists, right? If there was a spell in this game where you could create an illusionary wall yourself, I think then I would have had much less of a problem with these illusionary walls, because that would establish, hey, this kind of magic exists here, right? So you can expect that to be a thing, right? And if you could create illusionary walls yourself, just for the purpose of defending yourself or something, right? Where you could sort of break line of sight with an enemy, for example, if that was a spell that existed within the game, you know, that would put a lot more legitimacy into this kind of thing. But unfortunately, it's not part of the game, so that's why these walls feel so cheap, right? Well, let's take a look at this place, shall we? Also, I find it interesting, so that in front of us right there should be the manor itself, right? But then, interestingly enough, this part of the map seems to be a lot higher. Like, there seem to be these sorcerer towers here as well, which is really interesting. And, King's Realm Ruins. Would have been cool if they would have been called something Forge something, right? But, yeah, I just find it interesting that this place is so high up. Wait a second, is that the smith? I think it is. Hi.
Well, look at you. We don't receive many visitors. I presume you are tarnished? What brings you here? Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it?
I don't know.
E.G., a blacksmith who once served the Carian royals. An old codger who refuses to retire his rusty hammer. So here I am, still quietly plying my trade on this spot. Perhaps you'd like a display? These bones are old, but still able.
Okay, so now we have another blacksmith. Okay. Wow, he sells these? And he even sells these ones? Even though I haven't... Okay. Sure. Wait, that means that I can strengthen my, my thing, that I can... my scythe even further. Can I... unfortunately, I can't. Somber Smithing Stone 4. Oh, he's slowly standing up. Or no, he's actually not standing up? Oh, that's kind of a cute animation, to be honest. I still need to keep these smithing stones, though. I could upgrade my finger seal now that I think about it. I don't really need the smithing stones 3 anymore, right? Okay,
Oh, watch out there. When I'm absorbed in my smithing, I lose sight of all else. If you come too close, I'm apt to cause you harm. I am, after all, terribly large compared to you, Tarnished.
that is true.
You don't know how hard it is not to break anything while I work.
Can you please tell the people that look like you that they don't need to attack me? See, once again, it goes back to the same thing that I said before. Why is he still normal? Why can we talk to this guy, yet we can't talk to any of the other trolls? Where's the difference, right? The game never really tells you what the difference is. Why are some NPCs still quote-unquote normal or friendly towards you, and why are enemies hostile? It doesn't really, like, there is no explanation there for the most part. It's really aggravating.
Brave Tarnished. A word of warning, if you please. This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point. When the Raya Lucari Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knight's onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor.
Okay.
Unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless Knights of the Cuckoo.
Cuckoo. I like how he pronounces that. Okay, so that's stuff that we mostly already knew, right? The Knights of Raya Lucaria turned on Renala. Essentially, she was locked away in the, what was it called, study hall or something of the academy, and, well, they obviously also tried to attack the manor, but were unsuccessful. Although again, so he says this once belonged to the Carian royal family, yet he also says that the onslaught was repelled. weird, weird way of putting it, right? Because those are two different outcomes, you would think. Okay, so there is some sort of trap still active in the manor. I suppose he's also going to tell us what we can do about that?
I've explained the peril of the enchanted snare that remains at the Royal Carrion Manor. Whatever you do, brave Tarnished, stay away from that death trap.
Okay.
I've explained of the
Yeah, okay. So I need 6,000 runes. Can I actually get to that right now? Probably, right? How many do I have? So that's another 800. Nice.
Something else for you?
Yes. Please give me one of these. Ah, shit. I still need... Oops. Well, easy enough. $1,000, so that's 5. Should be enough, right? Nice. Okay, so let's actually look at it this way. It's got 137 physical base power, 32 plus, and 164 holy base power. That is a lot of damage. The problem is that it doesn't really scale all that well. Considering that my stats, because I've distributed them so much of the different kinds of stats, considering that they aren't that high, and the main stat that I'm currently missing are probably endurance and vigor. Endurance a little bit to be able to carry the scythe without the great rune, and vigor just to have a lot more HP. This is probably, hopefully, going to be a pretty good thing in the long run. I guess I could just rest here quickly, and then we'll... Well, I don't know. I kind of expected him to maybe tell us a bit more about how we might be able to get past the death trap, whatever that even is. I think I found it. Wait, is it literally just random spells on this area? Wait, I can also... Okay, it's just in front of the academy, though. I wonder if there's something that activates that. Probably, right? Though, I don't know how likely it is that we find whatever activates that. Oh, that's just a rat. Also, I didn't even think about that, but the scythe probably gives us similar range to the halberd when we're on horseback, which I think that's going to be pretty awesome. That I don't really need to switch weapons anymore in that case while I'm on horse. Oh. Well, I do still need to figure out how strong the scythe really is, though. I think it can actually be quite strong. Also, it does seem to do a lot of poise damage as well. Because the rat wasn't able to counterattack me. Wait, didn't I hear another one? Still hear one. Where the fuck are you? Am I blind? Oh, it's stuck in the... Oh. Hello. How the fuck did you get... What? The hell did you get in there? He's also not... Well... I guess you can just stay there. It's not even able to get out to attack me. It's not even trying to attack me, probably because the AI can't find a path towards me. It thinks that I'm not there, maybe? Something like that. Well, I mean, the trap seemed to be potent, but also somewhat slow, I guess? So... Could this be a liar? Do I just try to ride towards the gate? I mean, I don't really have anything to lose. Oh. No, this is... For a second here, I thought that this was, some sort of tunnel to maybe access the manor in another way. Doesn't seem to be the case, though. Also, I still think that a lot of the performance dip that comes from entering and exiting caves, I think, has something to do with this weird shadow change. Somehow the game seems to load different, I don't know, light sources or something while you are actually in caves or things that aren't open up to the sky. Oh, wait, what? Did I get too close to the entrance or something? The hell is that? Oh, that's just a broken tree. Well, that was easy. Ew, it's one of those damn hands. Oh, there's a lot of them. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. So the Divine Tower, which we still weren't able to access. Oh, right. I actually speculated about that at that point, right? I think whatever item we need for the Divine Tower is probably going to be here, right? But since it was the Carrion family study hall or something, it does make sense that similar creatures would be here. So there has to be some sort of... Maybe that's... Well, I mean, fingers have been a theme throughout the game, right? And maybe these cut-off hands are some sort of defensive mechanism or spell that they activated. Well, it was pretty easy to get past this trap, though. Main Carrier Manor Gate. I want to read what's on those swords, but I have a feeling that might be difficult. It does seem to be the only entrance, right? Yeah. The whole right side of the manor doesn't actually have that much going on, it feels like. Ah, it's another one of those things. Well, I should be able to kill it. Just wanted, before I go into the manor, I just wanted to check out what's going on here. I have no idea what the game is doing with its lighting. That's just weird. Well, I mean, I do need to check out these places, but I'm gonna do that after I've dealt with the manor. I don't think there is anything here, right? No. There probably isn't necessarily going to be an enemy here either. It's most likely only that one scarab, or invisible scarab, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there's nothing really here either. Okay. Let's try to get whatever that thing is hiding. It's going to be probably... How did I do this last time? I think I kind of need to hit the floor when it comes back. It's just, it was a little bit of an awkward timing, I think. Yeah. Because you pretty much have to hit it quite early. I think it comes back this way, right? Yeah. Ash of War, Hoarfrost Stomp. Well, that's a Frost Stomp. For a second there I thought that I already had it, but I think I have the normal... Yeah, we have the Storm Stomp. And now there is also a Frost Stomp. Okay. Pretty cool. So now let's see if I will be able to read what's written on that sword. What the fuck? Without being killed by this stuff. I don't even really get how this is working, but... Yeah, okay, this resting place of the contemptible Kakus lost in the siege of Carrion Manor. Okay, well, that's not really... It's basically just what the troll told us, right? So not necessarily anything too new or something that I didn't know already. Okay, well, Carrier Manor. And we're able to summon right away as well. Yeah, why not? It's probably just going to be a bunch of these hands here, right? Oh yeah. Okay, that looks... Oh, that's a gravity spell. Interesting. Are you serious? Probably want to get rid of that one as well. Ah, okay. Whoa. Weirdly enough, they're actually not dealing that much damage. I definitely still need to get used to the, what's it called? Well, to the attack of the scythe, and to how quickly it functions. A lot of Samba smithing stones. Oh, hi. There's another one. Ugh. Their attacks are sort of funny. Okay. How many of them are here? Let's see, can I sneak up on you? Nope. Fuck. I see the other one. Carry and Piercer. Oh, never mind. It actually drops. Oh, that looks like it's probably hidden underground, right? Yeah. Wait, they can... That was weird. Ah, they also have a weak spot. I think. Sort of at the back, it looked like. They're dropping these Somber smithing stones a lot. I actually didn't expect the Scarab to have a spell. Let me just quickly take a look at it. If I remember what it was. Was it this one? Carrion Piercer? Conjures a magic greatsword to impale foes. Charging lengthens the initial step in. The sorcery forms a counterpart to Carrion Greatsword. Highly lethal when used against single foes riding alone. So it's more of a piercing attack rather than, I think this is a slicing attack, more or less. Okay. Cool. This place is huge. Oh, hi. Did not see you there. So there's a bunch of them hidden in the ground. They also don't even drop that many runes, so... I don't know what it is, but it still feels to me as if the balancing of this whole entire second area is just a bit weird. Oh, hi. Can you... I mean, I'm stun-locking it as well, but the fact that you can get stun-locked is... that's definitely another problem that Dark Souls has as well, where most of the FromSoft games, all of the FromSoft games except Sekiro actually have, is that you can get stun-locked. Which I think is a bit of a problem. Does not open from the side. This might be a shortcut later on, right? Potentially? Oh, that's an item. Must have missed that earlier. Just want to make sure that I've actually gotten everything that lies down here. Oh, hi. There is another one. Well, that is certainly something that you also have to get used to. You have to get used to with the scythe. Is definitely that if you don't hit the enemy, there is a somewhat long animation that you still have to go through. So you run the risk of leaving yourself open to a counterattack if you don't actually hit the enemy. Wait, is this actually how you were supposed to proceed, or is this just... Ooh. Who are you? Some sort of crawling sorcerer? Okay, those traps still exist here as well. And then, was that an actual cookbook? What did I just find? Oh yeah, this one, right? Glintstone Craftsman, Cookbook 6? A freezing pot. I think it was that one. They're actually murmuring as well. Sort of whispering under their breath. I'm on the right side here. I have a feeling this is actually the way to continue, probably. I do want to check out the rest of this courtyard. This is quite a big place. I mean, I knew that it was big from how it looks on the map, but just the fact that the entire courtyard is pretty large. Oh, whoa. I actually didn't see that. Bye-bye. Yeah, I just didn't expect the courtyard to be this big, open place for you to traverse. That looks like it's... I don't know. Definitely looks like you would be able to go there at some point. All of these upgrade items. It's just that... Well, honestly, I don't even really know how many of these... how many of the... What's it called? How many of the... sort of unique ooh, that was bad timing on my part. How many of the more unique weapons are in the game? Also, it's kind of strange to me that they literally place a smith in front of this place that sells you these specific smithing stones. Yet at the same time, they also place a ton of enemies in here that actually drop them. Such a weird thing, right? So for the longest time, they actually sort of don't give you these things at all, or at least not in a way where you would be able to farm them. And then they're giving you thousands at once, right? Or not, well, not thousands, but definitely a lot. Somewhat of a strange... Oh, for fuck's sake. Already was it the correct thing. But yeah, somewhat of a strange thing, honestly. Seriously? Okay, yeah. The R2 is annoyingly long. I know I said this before as well, but I honestly think they should have given R2, like, they should have given you 2 skills to use. For the right and the left weapon. I think that would be more interesting, because the R2 attack in general isn't really that great, considering how slow it mostly is. Oh, hi. That's the... I think it's called the Holy Scythe or something? Let me actually check on the correct name. Winged Scythe. Never mind. It's dealing holy damage, though. I do need to think a bit about where I got it, though. I think it was pretty early on. See, I really don't like when you miss the enemy once. It does leave you quite open to a counterattack. Yeah, now that you mention it, where the hell did I get it? I got this really, really early. And wasn't really able to use it because, well, it requires 24 faith, I think. Was it 24? Yeah. Well, I mean, the game has a lot of different weapons, to be honest, so... guess it's just fairly unlikely that you would see the specific weapon. I don't really know. I don't think it was hard to get. I think it's just a random... some random cave or something where I got it from. It might have been behind one of the statues that you activate with these specific stone sword keys, so maybe that's why other people don't necessarily have it. Also, the 24 faith requirement to use it is probably not that great for a lot of builds. Well, I mean, you have a lot of different types. I mean, there's, well, normal swords, great swords, rapiers, then two-handed rapiers, scythe, hammer, daggers as well. There is axes, halberds, spears. There's different staffs for different sorceries as well. And then for the incantations, these charms are what they are called. So that's technically another weapon type as well. I mean, and then I even sold a bunch of my weapons. There are magical versions of a lot of stuff, sort of curved swords. And the, what are these called again? Knight Rider Flail? Isn't there another name for those? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And then also special ones, like a dragon head, for example. I mean, Scythe or Axe is definitely a good choice. Oh yeah, you too. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks for the follow. I wonder... This also looks like it might be where I need to continue. It's just that that's the end of the range of my summon, so... I think now I've actually been to every possible place in the courtyard. Doesn't look like I've missed anything. I hope. So that was still closed. That's just the spring. That's practically the middle of the whole place. And then it goes towards the backside here. Yeah, oh, hello. Knew there still was one. Somewhere. Oh, there's even a little one as well. Were they hiding? No, wait, this was hiding on the ground. Where the hell was the little one? There's another one. No. I really still have to get used to... So the scythe is sort of... It's hitting from the top left to the bottom right. And that sometimes makes me miss certain attacks, I think. Just because it's sort of hitting in a weird way. But it does seem like the last part of the combo is pretty good, to be honest. But that looks like the proper entrance, doesn't it? So I am wondering a bit where that side entrance would lead to. Wait, I can summon here again? Are you serious? What? Okay, that's weird. I wonder if I could sneak up on that big hand. So I would hate to have to deal with it head on. Why are there so many still? And why are there two different summoning places here? That's a bit awkward. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, what is it? Is that the fourth hit, I think, on the scythe is incredibly strong compared to the first three? That's pretty cool. That's also a lot more useful than the combo on the sword that I was using. Because it's... Well, the sword actually was somewhat difficult to get through the whole combo, especially because it doesn't... Well, as I said before, right, the stagger on the weapons is very, very useful. If you can stagger enemies with your attacks, then that's way, way more beneficial than actual damage. I wonder if there is a side of grace somewhat close. But yeah, that's the biggest difference, right? So because the scythe has a lot more impact and a lot more weight to it, and their attacks, its attack is a lot more potent in terms of... Would it be poise damage? I think it would be, right? So you actually get through your combo compared to the sword that I was using. Lady Rani, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Caria. So Rani is the daughter of Renala. And she, according to information that we got, still resides here in the Manor. Now wait, how did he say that? We have long awaited you. Well, we don't really know the timeline of events yet, right? So I think Well, we don't really know. Let me think back to what was said before. I think we were practically told that Rani, well, she went here when the I guess when the whole thing went down between Renala and Radagon, right? And Renala was left by Radagon. And I guess what this ghost is referring to is that they were probably anxious of where Rani actually went and relieved when she arrived here at the manor where she could be protected, right? Essentially was safe. Aha! So that's where the next site of grace is. That's cool. Kind of expected it to be here, to be honest. Great! So that means I don't have to go through the courtyard again. But it also means that I want to check out the other sort of side entrance that I didn't really go to before. Very interesting chapel. Does make you wonder though, right? I mean, these are sorcerers, right? So they... I mean, it's not necessarily a religion so much as... Yeah, I don't really know. These sorceries that we've seen so far in the Academy as well, I don't think were necessarily a religion, but they definitely bear sort of similar, well, things, right? I mean, these chapels... just makes me wonder, were they also praying towards something? What were they doing in these chapels specifically? If they're studying glintstone sorcery? I mean, this looks much more like a study hall, what you would expect, right? But then they also have a chapel. Definitely a very interesting combination of things. Okay. So that's the way to continue. Let's check out the outside wall and wherever it led. Probably just to an optional item or something. But yeah, these people probably, when they heard that the knights turned on Renala, they probably made preparations for Rani, or Rani? Would she be called Rani? Or Rani? Rani? Maybe we'll hear her name spoken in some dialogue in the future. Not that sure on the pronunciation, to be honest. Is that an enemy as well, lying on the floor there? Or is that a dead enemy? Well, that's a live one. We do have these sword traps here as well. Okay, so I had that. They're Albinorics as well. Which is quite interesting, to be honest. Oh. That was a different one. What's the connection between the Albinorics and the sorcerers? Weren't the Albinorics... I'm actually... I'm having a hard time recalling... Oh, didn't see that. Are they just shooting up? Kind of a weird trap, to be honest. Okay, that's just the courtyard, right? Yeah. So the Elbenorics have some sort of connection to the Cuckoo Glintstones, right? As far as I recall. Yeah, I think this literally just leads to an item. I find it weird that the trap is just moving upwards. Is it literally just... Could this be a ladder? No? What? Is there a way to put a ladder down at some point, maybe? I mean, we talked to Albus, right? That was a guy that we met in the village of the Elbenorics, which is beneath that plateau to the south of Liurnia. Let me actually take a look here. I just need to find when I actually went to... Oh, here, Albus. Right, so I think Albus tipped us off about Latena, right? Which is the Elbenoric that gave us half of the medallion that we need to activate the lift. The Elbenorics are dedicated to the Halic tree. We haven't really heard that much about that, though. So, one thing that we did find out, or one thing that, I don't know if Albus mentioned that specifically, or if that was some kind of information that we just found in that village of the Elbenorics, but they seem to be, I guess you could call them artificial? Which makes me wonder why they are here. So maybe the Carians actually created the Elbenorics for a specific purpose? Oh, I missed you. How many of these hands are here? Are you serious? There must have been at least, I don't know, 30 to 40 enemies in this entire courtyard? I mean, they're not difficult to defeat, it's just... You literally can't find all of them because they're stuck in the ground. Well, it does mean that I've cleared this courtyard though. So I could technically rest at the site of grace up there in the chapel. Do you want to do that though? Sometimes it's beneficial to just... keep enemies dead for a while if you can afford it. I mean, I still have resources, I just don't really have that much FP currently. Okay, back into the chapel. You know what? I'm calling this a chapel, but now that I think about it, this could have also just been a literal study hall, right? It doesn't need to be a chapel at all. I mean, it very much looks like one, but it also could just literally be a classroom of sorts. Right? Considering that there is a giant crystal up top and the bookcase as well, just makes me think if this was some sort of study hall. It's just, I think the reason why I thought about a chapel at first is because the academy has something that is literally called chapel something, right? Church of the Cuckoo, yeah. Though, I mean, maybe they're just using religious terms to a degree, because they're treating their sorcery a bit like a religion. Oh, holy shit, this place actually goes up a lot further than I thought. The elevation difference didn't look so great from the outside, but yeah, that's pretty high up. Ambush. From where, though? I mean, it looks like an area that is prone to an ambush, that's for sure. Probably from the roof or something? Oh, hello. Ah, okay. Yeah, so these guys are still here as well. Oh, wait, what? What the hell was the other guys? Oh, no, that's a, the other guy's shooting at me. I was slightly confused as to what he's actually using. I thought that was a spell at first, but nope, it's just a bolt. So these must be just magical beings, though, right? Because, well, as far as we know, the knights just literally turned on the academy, so they, you know, if they were actual people, I don't think they would defend this place, right? So they must be some sort of image of these knights. There's actually a lot of pathways here. It's interesting. I don't think you can get into the tower, though. So that looks like it's leading upwards. And that's also, I think, where the shortcut could be. I'm just wondering whether or not you'd also be able to go onto the wall over there, but I don't necessarily think that's possible. I mean, there was like a wooden, yeah, there's a wooden platform up there. Oh, well, I will be able to get onto the roof, right, of that place, because there was a ladder leading down from it. So if I can get onto the roof, yeah, I would be able to jump down here, then jump down there. Okay, so there should be a way to get onto the wall, I think. Later on. Let's just take this cautiously. It's going to be a couple of these nights here, I'd imagine. I do like the architecture of this place. I think, at least so far, so there's an item there. I can jump down to that. See, yeah, that's why it's beneficial to keep enemies dead for as long as you can, because if I want to jump over there and then jump down back into the courtyard, I would have to deal with the hands again. Wow. Wait, that's where the shortcut was, though. Maybe it's not a shortcut at all. Maybe it's just literally... Maybe it just leads to some sort of item. Well, I mean, we do have the upper side of grace, right? In the lecture hall, or whatever it's supposed to be, so... Hey, another rune. Are you fucking serious? I think they actually only spawn in this enemy as soon as you pick up the item. Wow. Oh, hello. I saw the other guy. Wait, what? The hell? Was he throwing that before I even turned the corner? Was he sort of preemptively throwing his magic thing? If so, that was very, very interesting indeed. So I don't really need to come back this way. Ooh, that's I think I hear another scarab, though, to be honest, wouldn't I have been able to hear that from down there as well, in the courtyard? Okay, that leads down to the door that I wasn't able to open. Why is this here, though? I guess this gives you just multiple ways. I could have jumped down here as well, right? It might have damaged me, but should have been possible. So, interesting. Yeah, I think it's just literally two different ways to get to this ladder. Let's see if there is actually going to be an enemy down here. Doesn't look like it. There is a treasure chest, though. Let's open up the door first. Just to be sure. You never know. That's an orange item. Sword of Night and Flame. Still not the biggest fan of how they color-coded their items either, by the way. That's very inconsistent, but never mind that. The name is still really cool, though. Wow, okay. So this is both a magic and a fire sword. Night and Flame stands. That sounds pretty awesome, though. Well, the issue with these kinds of things is, as you can see, right, the base damage and the scaling is just pretty bad. And so you would think, right, that the sword having both magical and fire damage at the same time would make it really, really good. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, especially since I don't really know what happens when you upgrade it, right? But because it has such a low base attack power, the way the game subtracts your attack power from the enemy's defense means that if your base power is lower, you're having a lot more trouble actually dealing damage. Even though the sword would deal 3 types of different damage to the enemy, it also takes into account 3 different types of defenses on the enemy as well, right? Storied Sword and Treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Okay. What's really, really interesting here as well is that I feel like sorcery plays a much bigger role in Elden Ring than I had originally anticipated. This whole academy business, right, when I first started out, when I looked at Limgrave, especially because, as I said before, Limgrave's story and Stormveil's story and Godric's stuff is not very well fleshed out. Large parts of the beginning of this game, especially if you stick to Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, and, well, as I did it, right, I'm sort of more the guy that wants to clear out an entire region first and then move on to the next one. But if you do that, for large parts of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula, there is no real overarching story to be found, right? It's very, very hard to place the individual bits and pieces of information that you get there into like a larger narrative, which is a big problem. I don't really know. I wish they would have actually designed the game a bit differently, where they lead you towards the academy first. Right? I mean, you can still start out at the same point, but I wish they would have actually pointed the player towards the academy first, rather than Stormvale Castle. Because I also think that the Castle Stormvale would be a lot more enjoyable if you actually did it later on, right? Because I feel like a lot of the items that you find throughout Liurnia, and in the Academy and the sort of surrounding area, and also the bits and pieces of information in terms of the story that you find there, are a lot more interesting and give you a lot more context for the overall game. Right? And give you a lot more options in terms of gameplay as well, compared to when you just stick to Liurnia, to Limgrave in the beginning. The game is actually feels a lot more narrow than it actually is, and that's a problem. I wish they wouldn't have done that, especially with how the map is designed, right? With this narrow passageway sort of on the side of Stormvale, you really get you think that you're supposed to move towards Stormvale first. I mean, the game literally tells you that, right? And then you realize, oh wait, I'm sort of underleveled for this place, and then you go and look at the rest of Limgrave and at the rest of the Weeping Peninsula. But I think from a narrative standpoint, the game would have profited a lot, at least for me personally, when they would have led me to the Academy first. Because there's just a bunch more information here that gives you much more context and is much more interesting than anything in Limgrave. And then if I had done Limgrave second, with this information that I now have in mind, I think it would have been a lot more interesting. So that's a bit of a problem. But yeah, in this case as well, with the item description of this sword specifically, I think that, well, or at least as far as we can see here, sorcery, or at least these people, these astrologers, they do play a much larger role than I had thought. Which does make sense to a degree, because we've also seen a bunch of these like sundials as well, right? Where you find the Luna, what are they called? Luna stripes or something that replenish your FP, right? That already made me think that, okay, so there has to be something going on with the stars, right? And with astrology or astronomy, though we haven't really sort of that part of sorcery, we haven't really heard that much about. Okay, let's look at the unique skill. Unique skill is Night and Flame Stance. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast the Night Comet sorcery, or strong attack to sweep forward with a burst of flames. Honestly, sounds pretty awesome. Okay, so let me actually write down the most important pieces of information here. So, astrologers preceded the sorcerers. Astrologers preceded the sorcerers. Okay. Considered fire giants' neighbors. And home in the mountaintops. So I expect to hear more about them as soon as we're able to take the lift upstairs, right? I'm calling it upstairs, but you know, to the huge plateau mountain thing in the distance. I feel like there's going to be a lot more interesting information there as well for us. Okay, this does mean that I have to get back upstairs though, right? It's pretty cool that I got so many of these sorcerers or somber smithing stones here. That means that I could probably upgrade the sword that I just got fully. I actually like that a lot better. I think they... well, I mean, that's that's actually a problem in a lot of games. Numbers, right? Not only damage numbers in general. I think a lot of games, for some awkward reason, inflate damage numbers and health points. Not this one. This one actually does it fairly well, I think. But a lot of games, for some awkward reason, you know, instead of dealing 10 damage to an enemy, you always deal 100 or 1,000. And it doesn't really make any sense why that's the case, right? It doesn't really make any sense why you would deal that much damage. They could literally just scrape off a 0. Nothing would change. And I don't know if sometimes they're just doing it because it feels better, or they think that it feels better for the player to have these higher numbers. But it can get quite ridiculous. And so one thing that I actually like about these unique weapons here in Elden Ring, the thing that I like most about them is the way you upgrade them is you literally give them 1 somber smithing stone 1 somber smithing stone 2, then 3, then 4, and then they're fully upgraded. At least I think so. Maybe there is a 5th one as well. But they require 1 of them every time they get upgraded, right? Now, the normal smithing stones work a bit differently, and to a degree that makes sense, right? So they require 2 smithing stones 1, then 4 smithing stones 1, then 6 smithing stones 1. But you can already see the problem there, right? Why isn't it 1, 2, and 3 instead of 2, 4, and 6? Now, you could argue, well, you know, this way they can put like 1 smithing stone as an item that you can find somewhere on the ground, right? And it wouldn't give you an upgrade straight away, right? You would need to still get another one before you could upgrade once. But, you know, I don't really like that type of design. I think it would be much better to have it would be much better to have it in a way where I actually need to watch out here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. But yeah, I actually would prefer to have less items overall, less items that you find, but make the items that you find more important. And usually, and that's the thing, right? Usually FromSoft is really, really good about that. That is probably one of the biggest strong suits of the FromSoft games, and actually the very reason, or one of the things that I liked most over the years about FromSoft's game design is that they placed a much bigger emphasis on items that you find, right? I mean, that's been one of the biggest strong suits of their games for the past decade, is that they place items in specific locations, or even longer than a decade, right? It's been 15 years since Demon's Souls, I think, or like 13 years, whatever. But they specifically place items to guide the player through a level, right? Which is really, really interesting. And even in Elden Ring, even though it's such a big game and it's an open world now, there are still tons of unique items that you can find. Way, way more unique stuff. At least, sort of, it feels like there's more unique stuff. I know that Skyrim as well has actually a whole range of very unique items. But just the way the crafting works in Skyrim and a bunch of other things work in terms of their systems and how weapon drops work and the, I guess, random loot modifiers that they have also leads to the player just feeling like there is sort of less uniqueness in the game world, right? Whereas FromSoft has a much bigger emphasis on items actually being unique or serving some unique purpose, right? And so I feel like, in general, as I said, first of all, that's a thing that I really, really like about the FromSoft games, and I wish that more games would do that, where, the importance of an item is much more enhanced because it's unique. And that's also why Ubisoft games usually feel so bad, right? It's because they have a ton of stuff, but nothing really matters all that much. And so it just feels, even though they try to cram as much as possible into their game worlds to make it feel like, oh, hey, look, right, there's a bunch of content here. There's, thousands of things that you can find and do and whatever. But nothing of it at the end really matters, right? It never really feels like it actually matters. And so you're just sort of mindlessly grinding things without any kind of actual purpose to it. And that just feels bad at the end of the day. So, I know that, or at least I think a bunch of developers are maybe scared to put less stuff into their game because they feel like, players would think, oh, hey, we don't really have that much content. There's a bunch of missing stuff here. And I know that it's not easy, right? Because especially if you design an open world game, you need to have stuff in it, right? If the player goes to a cave and there's literally no loot to be found anywhere, obviously that feels bad, right? But at the same time, if you design, let's say, 50 caves for your open world game, I do get that it's very, very hard to come up with 50 items or 50 unique items or 50 interesting things that the player might be able to find in those caves, right? That's a big challenge. But, and that's the most important part, you need to think about that beforehand, right? Don't just design an open world game and set out, oh, this is going to be the biggest open world game of all time, right? But then you just fill it with a bunch of useless random crap, right? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So set out your goals correctly, right? And set out your goals if you know you will have trouble designing 30 unique weapons for your game because it will be very hard to balance them, or just in general, your gameplay systems just don't really allow for 30 unique weapons to be in the game. Then don't make your world big to the point where it needs 30 unique pieces of loot and 30 unique dungeons or something, right? Think about that beforehand and scale your open world accordingly, right? Instead of what it feels like, especially with Ubisoft games, as I said, but other games, do that as well. And I mean, even though Witcher 3 is one of my favorite games of all time, but even they have trouble coming up with cool stuff that you can find. Now, The Witcher is a lot more story-driven, obviously, than Elden Ring. And the biggest advantage that it has in that regard is that there is a bunch of very, very cool and interesting notes and pieces of information that you can find about the game world. So that also works to a degree. I feel like The Witcher 3 has such a cool world and, so much stuff that you just want to know more about. And the way their notes are written is really, really interesting as well. So these pieces of information can also feel like a very, very cool and good reward for the player, right? But obviously that only works if you have established lore, if your world is really, really well done, right? And also the notes they need to make sense and they need to be written well, which is also something that sadly is a bit of a problem in a lot of open world games, or, well, again, in Ubisoft games, for example, there's just a bunch of stuff that is really, really uninteresting or just badly written or doesn't even really make any sense when you think about it for longer than a minute, right? So you don't really want that either, right? So just don't, for marketing reasons or whatever, don't scale up your game world to the point where you can't actually fill it with meaningful, right? Exclamation mark, meaningful things. And, well, Elden Ring is really doing a good job with that, but at the same time, even Elden Ring is struggling. It's pushing to the limits of what it can do, I think. Which... another Site of Grace. Probably want to unlock that first. I do think I need to go down again, though, because there was another item that I haven't grabbed yet. But yeah, I just... that was a very long tangent, but I would prefer to have normal weapon upgrades work the same way as the special weapon upgrades. Which is to say, you know, I think the weapon upgrade should literally be one smithing stone 1, then one smithing stone 2, one smithing stone 3, and so on and so forth. Also, I think in the grand scheme of things, it just makes more sense. I think weapons don't need to go to plus 15. That's complete overkill. Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5 would actually be more interesting. Especially considering how many unique weapons there are. I actually... I was thinking about the other item that we need to drop down to, but I think we actually have to take the elevator to get to it. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, considering how annoying it can be to switch your weapon, since it needs to be upgraded that much, right? I mean, think about it. If you run around with a normal weapon and you find another normal weapon that you really, really like, you need 12 smithing stones 1, 12 smithing stones 2, 12 smithing stones 3 to get it to plus 9, right? And I'm currently, like, my normal weapon that I was using before is plus 11. So I wouldn't even be able to upgrade one other weapon to the same level, right? Now, but think about how many cool and interesting weapons I've already found, right? There's, you know, if the game wouldn't really limit me that much with weapon upgrades, I probably would have tried at least 5 different weapons or something. Now, that would mean, in order to upgrade 5 weapons, right, I would need 60 smithing stones 1, 60 smithing stones 2. And I know at this point I can buy 1 and 2, but still, I mean, first of all, that's a lot of rooms that I need to spend, which I actually want to spend on leveling up my character as well, because I still feel like I need more vigor, for example, for later areas, considering that things in Caelid were literally one-shotting me when I got there. And yeah, so that's just not that great. I think I would really like the game to require less to upgrade weapons. I feel like, especially considering just how many great options you have, that would be a lot more interesting. Are you fucking serious? Come here, you doofus. Whoa! Okay, that was, Can you... Fuck's sake. Well, at least I died literally next to the Site of Grace. They have incredibly annoying attack delays. Ah, for fuck's sake, I lost my... I forgot about the Great Rune again. I lost my Great Rune buff. Well, at least now I can check out... Let me see. Yeah, so now I'm at heavy load. Fuck, what's the threshold there? 56.1. I actually think I need to level endurance by quite a bit, unfortunately, in order to be able to wield the winged scythe while also... Unless I unequip something, I mean, I can always unequip the crossbow, for example. I don't use it that much anymore, since I have the, like, pretty good ranged sorceries at this point. I mean, this weighs 5, right? Now, I still have the rune arcs, so I'll just... I think I'll just reapply rune arc for now, but when I'm out of rune arcs, I think I'm just gonna unequip the crossbow for a while. Do they have to have so much HP, by the way? Didn't even drop that much runes. That many. Here's the other one. Oh, he's just chilling there. Okay. Also, that's another golden seed, isn't it? I think that'll give me one more flask. It's pretty awesome. I think that was the third one. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah, that would kill it. Okay, let's see, so this way should lead back down, right? Back down to there was one other purple item. Never mind. It's actually not leading back down. There was another item over there on that sort of, what's it even called? Like, doorway? Oh, and there's a bunch of those living pots down there as well. Why are they... They're surrounding gravestones in this case. I wonder what the significance of that is. How the... Oh, okay, so I need to go around somehow? I think you can drop down there, it's actually, and then you can go further down. But yeah, I wonder why the pots are close to gravestones. Does that maybe mean that the sorcerers, I mean? Because it looks like, or it looked before, in the academy itself, in the bigger courtyard of the academy, where there's one of these weird carriage enemies, it looked like one of the sorcerers was, well, not necessarily experimenting, but certainly doing something with these pots, right? And so I was wondering if they maybe create them somehow? So I wonder what that means specifically. Because... Can he, like, smell me, or is he just randomly turning back and forth? Well, if I can get in the first attack, they're not really hard to deal with the scythe, fortunately. There's a whole bunch of items all over the place here. But yeah, the pots. I was wondering if maybe they're using the life energy of deceased people for them, right? Because the pots, I mean, they have blood in them, right? Or something, that like some sort of blood-like gel or something. Oh, hello. So yeah, I was kind of wondering what that would mean specifically, right? And why they exist at all. Considering that they are standing close to the gravestones, does make me think that maybe they're made out of corpses, or at least, you know, sort of the light, quote-unquote, life energy or the blood of deceased people. Okay. That is weird. I'm very, very close to that summoning spot, yet I can't quite summon yet. I can, however, just take this way. I saw an enemy up there, but... Oh, hello. Bye. He's not difficult to deal with, fortunately. So this way I could just literally kill these guys from up here, right? Before I try that, though, I want to make sure that there's nothing else up top. Aristocrat coat. I think that's the first time that I got that. I wonder if this guy would have jumped down to aid the sorcerers and the big dude. I probably want to try and deal with them from up here first. Are you kidding me? Oh, hi. Well, that's my FP gone. I don't have that many bolts, unfortunately. Well, he's completely confused. There's also, I saw one all the way back there as well. Although, is that a sorcerer? Not that sure, but... Well, he's gone. Okay. Ah, for fuck's sake. I still need my FP to summon, which is... Yeah, they're like really confused. He's even looking at me! Did you see that? He was like looking at me and then he just sort of, huh? Well, I don't really know how to get to you, so I guess I'm just gonna go back down. I mean, the big dude's not gonna be that much of a problem, I feel like. Honestly, I just think it's funny to kill these guys from up here. I mean, they're so confused, right? As you can clearly see. At least this was the only one of them that actually tried to get over to me. Bye. Well, at least this way I can make sure that there's no other guy up here. I mean, yeah, there's one to the right there, but I think that's just like a normal... I think those are normal foot soldiers, aren't they? Kinda looks like it, to be honest. Ooh. Not quite. There's something else. I don't really know what they are, but... Have I seen these guys before? I have a feeling that I've met them once before. Somewhere. Potentially. With this, like, mask that they're wearing? Can't quite place them currently. Also, I want to take a look at the code. Aristocrat code. Did I already find that at some point? Tanned leather coat adorned with fine gold embroidery, travel attire worn by nobles in the capital, and the belonging of a family which claims a knight as an ancestor. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. I do think that I've seen that before. Potentially. Oh, that was an interesting attack. Okay, let's just deal with the big guy. Wait, that's it? The placement here is a bit unlucky. I feel like that could have been pretty finicky, to be completely honest. Troll Knight's sword. Wow, they can drop their sword? Ah, that's awesome. Wait, did I actually use... Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Let's take a look at that. That's a great sword, right? No, wait, is it? No, it's a colossal sword. Okay. With magic as well. Troll Knight's sword. You know what? I was mentioning that for some reason the fourth hit of the combo of my scythe was dealing a lot more damage. You know what I completely forgot? It has what's it called? Blood loss buildup. That's why. I think the enemies were just losing blood and so they got damaged a lot by that particular hit. Because it hit the threshold, right? Of blood loss. I completely forgot about that. Well, I mean, it makes the weapon even better. God, I like the design. Most of the swords have such a cool design. Greatsword embedded with a blue glintstone. Weapon of the trolls in service of the royal family of Caria. Called into service when the queen invoked an oath they swore. The trolls are treated as true knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. Cool. Skill, Trolls Roar. Look into the distance and let out an intense roar, generating a powerful shockwave that blows back surrounding foes. Follow up with a strong attack to slam the armament down. That sounds awesome. Wait, what is it? It doesn't actually require that much stat-wise, right? Because I can wield it. Why does this... This is a colossal sword, right? This one requires 40 strength. This requires 20. That doesn't make any sense. That's... Oh, well, I mean, the great swords require 16. Okay, yeah, maybe it does make sense. I don't know. Still feels... Well, I mean, it's probably got to do with balancing, right? Because they probably didn't really want to put a higher strength requirement because they knew that if you wanted to use If you wanted to use the sword as somebody who has higher intelligence, I guess. You probably didn't really would have wanted to level strength that much, right? So in that regard, it's kind of cool that they don't force you to have an insane amount of strength to wield what is essentially a magic sword. Okay, I think this is the way to get to the other item, right? First off, boss? Wait. Is that just talking about the fact that... Oh yeah, well this is definitely a boss arena. I see, yeah. Okay, why is it always boss? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I mean, considering that I'm somewhat low on resources, and probably also don't really want to lose my, my runes, I think I might just want to, well, there is a statue of Marika here, so I could, come back here, but I mean, the last site of grace that I rested at isn't that far away, right? The mana upper level. Also, I think this is actually, so this should be the end boss of the mana, right? It is a pretty big place overall, but the actual sort of stages aren't that many. Thankfully, I do think that it's cool that the mana doesn't, take too much time, I guess, because we've already been to the academy as well, right? And lingering on, I guess, sort of the same type of environment for too long isn't that great. Although in this case, I mean, as I mentioned before, it's a pretty good type of environment. But, yeah, I do think I want to check out the optional path first, and then I can just run back to the boss. I just hope that I'm not losing my runes here. That would be unfortunate. Oof. Well, that's an annoying drop. Probably actually safer from here, to be honest, rather than jumping over. I do have the cat talisman that I could use if I wanted to, but nah. I just need to make sure to not be killed by the big dude, because their attacks can be somewhat difficult to deal with. I can't target him though. That's unfortunate. Maybe they're going to be passive. I don't think they will be, but yeah, of course they won't. Okay. Well, at least that worked. Which is kind of what I wanted to do from up top, right? Because the biggest threat that they have is this, like, what the little dude just did, where they spin around a lot. And it's very, very difficult to actually deal with that attack. At least I personally had difficulty dealing with it. Because I wasn't quite sure how you're supposed to evade it. I mean, obviously you can just try and sort of jump away from it, which does work to a degree, but... Hey, they could drop the raw meat dumplings. Ooh, I need to look at the description again of that. That might be an actual hint towards what they did with these guys. So that staircase all the way over there that leads into the upper portion of the chapel / classroom that we were in earlier. I think you actually have to... Although, there might be a path outside of the window there. Yeah. Okay. So that's something that I can access after I've dealt with the boss. Okay. Did I pick up this item? Oh yeah, that was the meat dumpling, right? However, I did not pick up this one. Hey, a crackpot. There's a bunch of these guys here. There's probably also going to be another big one. Small ones are not that difficult to deal with. But yeah, so the meat dumpling. Pungent raw meatball, made succulent by virtue of being on the verge of turning. Not recommended to those who prefer... Oh, yeah, okay. So the first time I encountered this item was actually in the... what was it called? Something shack. Revenge's shack? Or something? Over here somewhere? Here, Revenge's shack, yeah. So that's where I encountered... Shit, what was his name? The Lord of the Manor on the Weeping Peninsula. Or the castle, whatever. Castle Morn. It's not a manor. It's called Castle Morn. I think Edgar was his name, right? So he didn't take the news of his daughter dying quite that well. For some reason, he wanted to take revenge on me, even though I don't really have... Well, I mean, I guess, as I speculated, you can probably save his daughter, right? That questline can probably be done in multiple ways. And I do think that there has to be a way to save his daughter, I think. That being said, though, for some reason he attacked me, right? He invaded me here at the Revenge's shack. And what was interesting is that apparently he became a cannibal, right? Because in this shack, we found a bunch of human bodies and a bunch of these meat dumplings, which is a very, very clear hint that somebody ate the human flesh. So I honestly don't really know what drove Edgar to eat humans, right? I mean, the sort of leap from his daughter dying and him wanting to get revenge for that, and then sort of getting to be a cannibal and eating other humans, it's quite a big leap, right? So either I missed some stage of his questline, maybe there's going to be more information about that later, or maybe you only really get that type of information via other means, or if you properly do the questline, I mean, maybe he will talk about that or something, or maybe I'm just not really remembering what he talked about. I don't really know, but yeah, he became a cannibal. Now, the interesting part here is, as I said before, or as I was speculating, these little pots here, they're standing close to gravestones, right? And I think that this meat dumpling that I just found kind of underlines my theory, which is that these pots essentially contain the flesh of humans, right? The corpses of humans just mingled up in some sort of meat cocktail mix. I don't really know, like almost like they grinded up humans, right, and put them in these jars. I think that's what they did, and that's why they're alive, because they have like human, I don't know, spirit, soul, life energy, whatever you want to call it, in them, which is kind of fucked up if you think about it, right? Now, I do think that they probably only put, although we don't actually know, right? We don't know whether they only put living people in there or maybe only dead people. I would prefer if they had only put dead people in these pots, but considering these sorcerers, they also might have put living people in there, right? But yeah, maybe that was some sort of experiment to try and gain immortality or something, right? I mean, at least that's what I kind of think that this might be, right? I mean, what else would it be? What is also very interesting, though, is that the correct pots that I am able to utilize, right? They mend themselves. I mean, well, yeah, doesn't that underlines the theory of experiments for eternal life even further, doesn't it? Because what that essentially means is that they probably wanted to be immortal, and so they tried to... Oh, there's two of them? Are you fucking kidding me? They probably tried to sort of see, that attack is what I meant. I don't really know. It's actually fairly hard to deal with, to be honest. Especially in an enclosed space like this. Yeah, if their whole goal was to gain immortality, then maybe these pots were some sort of try to, I don't know, come up with an experiment, right? That's actually pretty effective, I felt like. Yeah, maybe they were some sort of experiment to try and mend human flesh as well. I mean, clearly they didn't really succeed with that. Because I think the pots that I have, I mean, they do mend themselves, but not the contents of them, right? It's just the sort of outer shell that gets restored every time. I wonder if we actually did get more information on that at some point, and I'm just not really remembering it. Also, this is a very, very elaborate way to an item. I mean, the other way made sense, because you got that, like, legendary sword. But this is, quote-unquote, just a purple item. I mean, it might still be some special weapon or something. Or a skill. That would also make sense. Ah, Carrion Grandeur. Well, yeah, pretty cool. Let's take a look. Wait, I'm always scrolling past it. I completely forgot that I have this as well. 24 intelligence. Oh, that's not what I'm currently using, though. I'm using this one. Oh, wait! It's an actual skill! Yeah! Oh, cool. So it's, basically a better version of the greatsword. Carrying royal prestige embodied in a skill. Transform blade into a magical greatsword and swing it down. Can be charged to increase its power by up to 2 levels. So I guess this is literally just a better version of it? I think that's the first time that I've actually seen a skill that is literally just better. I mean, there is no sort of requirement for this, right? Interesting. Okay. Well, the problem is I'm missing 10,000 runes. And I only have about... Oh no, never mind. I got a bunch. Let's actually go back to the round table. Because then I can also spend the remnant that I have, that I copied, because I went back to the mausoleum on the Weeping Peninsula to get a second remnant from Godric. So let's just exchange it for the axe. I'm not gonna really use that axe anyway, so technically for me in this playthrough it probably would have made more sense to just convert it into runes. But then again, I mean, I do want to do New Game Plus probably, instead of starting a second character at this point, maybe, potentially. So it's pretty cool if you start a New Game Plus run with some cool weapons already in your inventory, right?
If Lunar Princess Rani truly is the one, then she should bear the code. Would you be willing to? She may have returned royal card.
Yeah, okay. So he is just giving me hints, but I'm honestly quite curious if I'm gonna fight Rani herself, because I fought Renala, right? And afterwards she sort of turned friendly, which is also a bit of a strange thing, that Renala just turns friendly and that's sort of it. I don't really know, but I wonder if I'm gonna fight Rani herself and then Rani, and then yeah, if that would do anything. I wonder if her questline continues as well. Do I want to get hacked by fear again? I do like that I have more HP now, but you know what? Let's actually wait with this until I've done the boss, right? Because that will give me more HP while I'm fighting the boss. Yeah. Also, I probably want to level endurance first.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
Okay, I need... What did I say? I need like 10,000, right? 26,000 something. Okay. 26,730 is what I would need. 26,730.
Back already, no matter.
Let's actually sell these, because I don't really want to use them. I can also sell these. I will never use them either. Do I have equipment? I think I wanted to keep these just for the looks, right? Even though their stats aren't that great. This is just worth 10? Why? Well, I do want to keep this. I don't know whether I want to keep this. Probably not, right? I'm still also not quite sure why they have so many different categories for armor. It's weird that you have to scroll so much. Ah, right. I found the high page hood. That's why it felt like these guys that I fought on the stairs leading up to the boss were so familiar looking, but they had red hoods instead of a white one. Well, I mean, they're technically serving the Carrion royal family, right? Which, I mean, that means they are serving a noble. Can definitely sell the normal arrows as well. Do want to keep the special ones, although I don't really think that I'm going to use a bow at any point in time. I do want to keep the staffs, but I think I'm just going to sell the basic sword, even though it also looks pretty cool, but I have so many now that I wouldn't use the basic one anyway. I don't really want to sell the axe either. Axe of Godric. 34 strength. It's not that much, right? It's pretty cool. I could probably sell the staff, to be honest. Because I'm not the biggest fan of it. I mean, the skill that it has isn't too bad, but, you know, I don't know, I would probably prefer to use a great axe over this thing. I don't know when or where I think this drops, or no, it doesn't drop. It's like an item that you can find in some catacomb. I don't really. You know what? Let's just get rid of it. What was it? 26,730, right? Let's just get rid of a bunch of these as well. Actually, I can probably wait 600 and this should be enough, right? Yeah. It's still kind of nuts to me how much you have to sell in order to level once. The rune requirement per level up is honestly fairly insane. Okay, so I have faith at 24. I might want to increase intelligence to 24 as well, since I have that sorcery, right? The homing projectiles, the stronger version of it. Not really sure if I'm ever going to use it, though. Okay, so the problem is that endurance increases equipment load by 1.5 or something. Which means in order to be able to use my scythe without having the Great Rune active, probably requires a bunch of endurance, to be honest. Probably something like 6 levels. That is really not great. I mean, as I said, I can potentially unequip the crossbow. I could also, well, I could unequip the shield, to be honest, right? Because if I'm not casting sorceries at the same time, I am two-handing on a scythe quite a bit. Wait, before I level, let me just quickly check. How much does my shield weigh? That's 3.5. It's less than the crossbow. But yeah, if I two-hand the scythe a bit more. Also, that would make it easy. If I unequip the shield, that would make it easier to scroll through these two, if I wanted to. Huh. It's actually really hard to gauge because of the Great Rune. Well, 20 endurance is clearly more than enough. Then again, is it though? Wait, does this work the way I think it does? Let me just quickly check. So 42.2 divided by 64.1. Oh, yeah, the cutoff is 70%, isn't it? Or wait, is it? Or is it 66? Actually, I never... Can I try to... Let me see. This weighs 3.3. 5.1. So 44, let me... Okay. I want to see that. 44 divided by 64.1. That's 68%. Okay, so the cutoff is 70, not 2/3. Okay, so the cutoff is 70%. How much equipment load did I have without the Great Rune? I think it was like 54. So 54 times 0.7. 37.8. Ah, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I probably... If I want to keep the same equipment that I currently have... that's really... Ugh. I need quite a bit of endurance, actually. Okay, let me put 1 point in endurance, because I'm fighting a boss right now, and I really don't want to end up in a situation where I'm not able to use the scythe at all. But then again, I mean, I could unequip the crossbow as well. We'll see. Let's put 1 point in endurance. I actually planned on leveling only faith and vigor at this point, but now I already want to put another point into intelligence. I need a couple of other points for endurance. Holy fuck, leveling in this game is complicated. Well, complicated is probably the wrong word, but I guess annoying would also fit. Also, let me see. I can't use the Blood Flame Blade anyways, right? So I probably want to change that for something else. Obviously, the question being, what exactly? I have so much. Offensive sorceries. What would be beneficial? I could equip this again. I don't really know how good it would be, though. I could just no, it doesn't actually make that much sense. God, there's really a lot, isn't there? It's really difficult to decide on what to do. And I don't really want to equip something that I wouldn't be able to use without the Great Rune active. Honestly, let's just equip this. Because at least it's something beneficial if I need it. And keep the rest for now. Yeah. Was there something else that I wanted to check? Not really, right? Yeah, I thought about talking to Fia, but I do think that I want to fight the boss first. Okay, I mean, well, I hope that I'm not gonna lose the effects of my Great Rune right away by dying to the boss right away, but do want to craft a couple more of these pots, though. I mean, I do need my summon, I do need the rest here as well. The Exalted Flesh wouldn't be too bad, all things considered. Magic damage negation. Well, considering that this boss might be using a bunch of magic, that technically wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. Build up of frost. I honestly also wonder how effective these would be. If I build up sleep in a magical boss. I wonder if they can lose FP to the point where they would be able to cast anymore. I don't think so, but it would be funny. Well, I mean... To be quite honest, these bolts would actually be somewhat beneficial. If it's indeed a magical enemy. I mean, if it's indeed Rani, right? She might employ similar things to Ranala. And considering that my scythe also has blood loss buildup, it might be pretty beneficial to inflict that at a range as well. So let's just craft those, and then... These use FP, that's not that great. Let's just craft a couple more of them, of the magical, or not the magical, the fire pots, because they don't use FP, and they're a great choice for ranged attacks as well. Why can I still craft these? Oh, they also use the ritual pots. Why are they... Huh? Why are they not sorted to the back of them? Well, that doesn't really make that much sense. Build up a frost. I mean, that probably wouldn't be the worst. You know what? Let's just craft a couple more of them as well. Okay, let's see. I don't want to have these. I want to have these. Let's equip these as well, just to have it, and then equip these as well. Just a bunch of options. Probably way too much as always, but I mean, I guess you never know, right? So equip the arrows. I have the bolts. Let's put the Bloodbone bolts here. These are magical. And the normal bolts as well. Okay. Yeah, that's a bunch of preparation, I guess. If it is indeed a magical enemy, the flame stuff might be the better option instead of the magic projectiles. Well, at least they give you a statue of Marika close to the boss, because I have a feeling that I won't necessarily get into the boss's room completely unscathed. Oh shit, that was probably a bad idea. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? Yeah. Actually, going around taking this way might be the better option in this case. Hi. Does he even attack? He's like he's pretty passive, to be honest. Oh, oops. Shit. That's... Fuck. Oh, I completely forgot. They're actually not ranged sorcerers. Well, I mean that... Are you serious? That one dude, right? Oh wait, what the fuck? Royal Knight Loretta. Oh, hi. Well, yeah, that was... Okay, so the, Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that got rid of my shield right away. Oh, interesting. Whoa! Whoa! What the fuck is that? That looks awesome. Well, that's not Ronnie. And that also was Loretta's Great Bow. And Loretta's Slash. Was honestly easier than expected. I mean, I had my loyal summon to tank a bit, but... She was fairly slow in terms of her attacks, all things considered, and also the amount of HP was fairly low. Or rather, my attacks were hitting for quite a lot, I think. Royal Moon-Gazing Grounds. Okay. This place looks pretty awesome. So this seems to be... Well, I probably think that they were also debating here. I mean, it does have a bit of the feeling of a... like a parliament or something, right? With all these chairs placed in this way. But I think the main, I mean, since it's also called the moon gazing grounds, I think the main purpose of this entire place is probably to use the shallow water here as a reflection of the night sky, right? So they were probably using this as a giant mirror, essentially, at night. And, well, the people sat around the mirror to, well, find interesting star constellations, right? And look at the stars and their potential meaning and purpose and everything. It's honestly pretty cool in terms of a setup here. Okay. Let's look at the two things that I got first. So we got... What did we get? We got this one, Loretta's Great Bow. Fires great arrow from a magic great bow. Sorcery used by Royal Knight Loretta. Creates a magic great bow and fires a great arrow. Charging enhances potency. Hold to keep the great arrow knocked. It is said that the bow was Loretta's favored weapon. Royal Knight Loretta. There was a spirit of her, though, right? I wonder how good this is. Requires 26 intelligence. I mean, it definitely requires a way longer cast time compared to the normal, like, glintstone shard thing that I'm using. But as sort of a first attack, if the enemy still hasn't really noticed you, or if it's stationary for some reason, this could deal quite a lot of damage from range. And we got her slash as well. Loretta Slash, skill of Loretta the Royal Knight. Leap forward, imbuing the blade with glintstone, then descend, accelerating into a sweeping slash. Did she even do that? Or is she only... Could I have potentially killed her horse first, and then she would utilize that? Because it didn't really feel like she was doing that at all. But, I mean, who knows? Why am I... Oh, that must be on the other side of the wall, huh? I wonder why that exists here. What exactly is the purpose here? Can summon my mount? Is this... I mean, well... First of all, from a lore standpoint, this definitely makes sense, right? I mean, this is one of these sundials, just a bigger version of them that you find all over the world, where there's usually these, what were they called exactly? Luna something. No, starlight shards in front of it. In this case, obviously, there's nothing here, but this might have also been... Well, the way it's built, right? It almost looks like it's... almost like something to focus on. I wonder if this was part, like, well, obviously it's a sundial, first and foremost, so it might have been here. I mean, it could also track moonlight, right? It's not only for sunlight, so it could be a way to track the moon's location, I guess, or rather the time of day as well, which probably would have been very beneficial if they were trying to research stars and stuff, right? They were doing astronomy, essentially, even though I know it's called astrology in this case, but if they were doing astronomy, then it would have been pretty beneficial to have, I guess, some sort of means to keep track of the time of day or night, which this might have been the purpose for, or, I mean, since this is a magical world, this could also technically be some sort of device or means to channel, I guess, moonlight or moonlight energy or sunlight energy into the reflection of the stars and potentially be of some use that way. I don't really know. I don't know. Somehow I expected more here. I mean, we still have a bunch of ground left to cover. But I kind of thought I would be meeting Rani here. So this was a bit more random than I expected, to be honest. Not that I'm complaining. It's just interesting, I guess. Unexpected, in a way. Okay, and now we have the three sisters, which probably refers to the three towers, right? This one, this one, this one. Interesting that it also leads back here. I wonder what the significance of this is. I'm going to check out the towers first, though, obviously. The fuck is that? Wait, that's not a dragon though, right? Or is that a dragon? It is. It's an actual fucking dragon. Okay, I did not expect that, to be honest. I still have to kill the other crystal dragon next to the academy. Well, this is... Like, dragons are usually... They're usually a lot more difficult to fight. Okay. One thing that I completely forgot before I try and deal with the dragon. That building up there also looks like you could get into it. Although I don't think that's actually the case. It's a bit of a shame, right? With the traversal capabilities of Sekiro, that would have been possible to build up as like an interior location. Oh well, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I just remembered that I got another golden seed, right? So technically, I should be able to, yes, increase the charges. Well, 8 flasks are a lot, but I don't really need that much more FP either, I feel like. I mean, sure, it's great to have more FP. It's not necessarily an issue, but usually you don't need that much, I feel like. Well, the problem really is that dragons are usually a big issue. But I think, I mean, I probably have to kill it, right? Because the towers are sealed, and somehow I have a feeling that the dragon is the key to it. Somehow it also seems to be the only enemy here. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, but... Chilling Mist. Okay, that's... seems like an ice attack or something. The biggest reason why I really don't like to fight dragons is mostly that they are unnecessarily annoying. Because they fly away so much. I think he sensed me or something. I don't know if he can actually sense me. Glintstone Dragon Adula. Well, at least they do give quite a lot of defensive stuff here. Well... Well, that wasn't really... Oh! Oh. Well, that was pretty dumb on my part, to be honest. For fuck's sake, I hate the way they fly up. Ah, I thought I did that correctly. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what? He just... what? Okay. Well... My summon disappeared, so I guess this was the, What's going on with you? Oh wait, is this one of the... oh yeah, it is. Okay, so you have to jump on them or something? Okay. What is he afraid of? Is he afraid of the dragon? Huh. Do I want to look at the cellar first? I'm slightly confused why the dragon just nopes out of existence. Are you not meant to kill it? That's not an enemy. Are they... oh, I think they're dead, actually. Who the fuck are you? Have we seen guys with these masks before? I don't think so, actually. You know, at first glance, he kind of reminded me of one of the fire monks, but then I realized that they don't actually really have masks like that. That looks like a woman, right? I mean, I don't really want to kill these, but why is there a developer message here? Also, did they patch the... what? Seluvis's puppet, do not touch. Who the fuck is Seluvis? Did they change the look of the developer messages again? You think that maybe people were, aha, hello. Do you think maybe people were complaining that, that suddenly the developer messages weren't really quite... but now it's even... now it's even more insane than it was before. I don't know what the fuck they were doing here. What the fuck is going on here? Is that what? Is that how they created these pots? Ew. What the fuck? So, did they, like a vampire soak sort of the blood or the flesh and everything into the pot? I mean, that's what it looks like, right? It looks like they sort of stuck the pots on the heads of people, and then probably over time the people got sort of sucked into the pot. I'd imagine that's what happened. Weird. Also, what the fuck is this message about? And why is there like this ghostly figure attached to it? Can I, like... no. What a weird place. Why does this... whoever she or he is, I think it's a she, looks eerily alive compared to all the other guys. Also, it's quite interesting that there are so many, like, different people here, right? They all look really, really different to one another. Seems to be rather unusual. Now, what the fuck is going on here? Were you living here? Are you living here? Wait. Oh, so is this a puppet? Why can I not interact with her? Okay, so... Well, it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it? But with the bed here, I wonder if the sorcerer used this puppet for, you know, somewhat indecent purposes. Do I want to hit it? I'm not really sure. Apparently I can destroy the crystals though, but... I don't really know. Can I, like... Oh! Well, that's not shit. Fuck! I always forget that L2 activates the... I can't really hit her, right? Or him, it. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the outside first, before I do some irreparable is the right word, right? Damage to the puppet? What's up with you, though? What are you scared of? God, there's a lot to look at here. Well, I mean... I wonder if the dragon stays away if I rest. Oh, wait, there's another side of grace here. That's interesting. Okay, I'm at the middle tower currently. There's a lot to look at here, so I definitely need to keep track of where I am, actually. Be sure not to miss anything here. Rani's Rise. Okay, so the middle tower is where Rani lives, apparently. I don't really want to kill you, since I feel like you're her god dogs, and she would probably be very displeased with me. But you're probably going to attack me as well, so... So this is Rani's tower, then? What exactly does that mean, though? It's her study, personal study, probably? You don't have the right. I don't. I do wonder, though, I mean, the entrance now seems open, right? So I wonder if getting the dragon down to roughly, I don't know, 50%, I think it was. I wonder if that's what opens these towers? Because it looked like they had seals on them first, right? I hope that Rani is just going to be friendly towards us from the beginning. It would make a whole lot of sense. I think she will be because, I mean, they can't possibly have, like, a boss fight in that tower specifically, right? Ooh, I feel like... Wait, that tower is still sealed, though. So maybe the dragon didn't really have anything to do with this either way? Maybe the dragon was just some sort of magical protection that Rani employed? Or maybe the seal in this case is elsewhere? All these crystal structures. What is also quite interesting to me is that it almost seems as if the crystals are growing by themselves, right? So these crystals originally must have come from the mines and were collected by people that were employed by the sorcerers to specifically collect crystals, right? But then once they had them, it does seem like they're sort of growing out of themselves as well. Rani's Rise, okay. No clear sky ahead, so to speak, likely overcast. Okay, that's actually... Let's rate that. That's a pretty good message. So I guess it's always just foggy here, probably, right? It's got... I guess it's this sort of magical fog that gets created by the crystals, most likely. Lava ahead, of course. So I should probably preface this by saying that I've seen a lot of, let's say, interesting pictures of Rani on the internet so far. Clearly, you know, people seem to like her. There was, however, one thing that confused me, and maybe we'll get an answer to that here. Because there is one other NPC that you meet quite close to the beginning of the game. And, you know, since seeing pictures of Rani, I was always wondering what was up with that. Hi. Because she looks exactly like the witch that gave us the bell to be able to spirit summon. But I think she introduced herself at that point as the witch Henna, which, well, what does that mean? Huh? Hi. I'm not really sure, though. Well, it's been so long, right, since I've seen the witch from the beginning of the game that gave us the bell. She looked very, very similar, but I don't know if Rani here has a younger face, potentially.
Oh, again we cross paths.
Okay, it is her.
I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It
I don't know.
pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty,
Rena?
but tarnished. What business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
Okay. Let me just... So... She introduced herself as Rena? She gave us the spectral steed, right? Okay, let me just quickly take a look. Did I just write that down? I think she said Rena, right? I think I honestly just misheard. Yeah, she's definitely the one. So she gave us both the bell to summon the spirits and our mount, right? Well, you must be Rani the Witch, behind the Knight of the Black Knives.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch,
Rani.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying Black Knives through fearsome rite. I did it all. But sadly for thee, the curse mark thou seekest is not to be found here. I have slain the body I was born into and cast it away. And it is upon that flesh the curse mark is carved.
Oh. Okay. Is that why she looks like she does? So she didn't necessarily kill herself, but she gave up on her original body. I wonder what she did though. Is she inhibiting somebody else, and that's why it looks like she's like two people? Slayed her own body and left it behind. The actual body bears the curse mark. Okay. Well, where did the body go?
Why should I reveal that to thee? I performed the act not to bury the past, nor in shame of the deed, but all the same, thy begging compels me not a jot. The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
Huh. I actually thought she would be... I mean, clearly there must have been a reason why she approached us in the first place, right? And gave us Torrent. So... why doesn't she help us now? I mean, I do like that she's friendly towards us, but not friendly enough, seemingly. Or maybe we need to prove something to her first.
The curse mark thou seek now.
Okay. Well, yeah, that probably means that we have to do something else first, I'd imagine. She has quite a unique design. I give her that, right? I was just wondering for a second here why it's her specifically that people get so horny about. 'Cause somehow I've seen a lot of images of her, but not necessarily of any other NPCs from the game. I mean, you literally have a finger maiden, haha, that sort of travels with you the whole time. Yet, well, I mean, I've said that before, right? She, like Melina, right, is unfortunately very, very underdeveloped as a character. And that's a really, really big shame, honestly, because she's with you the entire time, right? And I wish that she would just appear a lot more, right? It would be really, really cool if she would be some sort of companion where you could, like, talk to her all the time and talk with her about, you know, the developments of the world, things that you did, bosses that you killed, or bosses that you yet have to kill. I don't really know why they didn't really develop her further or gave her more dialogue. I don't really know what's up with that. I mean, they didn't have to include a piece of or a line of dialogue for like everything ever in the game, but you know, to have almost nothing or no interactions with her at all is really, really a shame. And I suspect that's why people don't really seem to like her all that much, at least as, you know, as far as fan art goes, I think. Or maybe it's just Rani's peculiar design. I mean, again, her design with the, like, ghost face that's always near her own face and the four hands, it's just a very, very cool design, right? Like the blue skin. Very cool and unique design, I would say. So maybe it's more about that. I don't really know. I was just somewhat, let's say, confused about the amount, just the sheer amount of different fan art that I saw. Especially considering that, yeah, she now, I was, because of that, I was halfway expecting her to be some sort of other companion as well, right? An NPC that is sort of very, very friendly towards you and, you know, gives you all kinds of different advice and stuff. But that doesn't actually seem to be the case. Friend ahead, okay. So that's the other path that I still need to take, right? That leads back down to the chapel. But before I do that, I want to check out the other towers here. Because, you know, I have the slight fear that if I rest or teleport to a site of grace, that the dragon will return. Don't necessarily think that it does, but guess I never really know. I wonder what was up with that, though. Though I must say as well that this is actually, in terms of locations, this is actually a lot more interesting to fight the dragon in here, because there's just a bunch more sort of rubble and ruins that you can hide behind. I honestly don't really like the other two dragon fights that I've seen so far, simply because the locations where they're at are just a bit too open, I think. And you know, logically, it doesn't really make that much sense. I mean, the dragons could literally just fly up in the sky and berate you with fire breath attacks or whatever the entire time without ever coming back down, right? There's, like, logically speaking, there is no reason why the dragon would sort of go back down again. And so, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of instances like that where it's, you know, where I guess defeating a dragon doesn't really make that much sense. And well, if it wouldn't land, then you would be too much at a disadvantage. So, you know, this kind of environment with all the ruins around just makes more sense, I feel like. Okay. So, I guess I'll just take a look at the seal directly. Can't climb up the tower, though. Interesting. Soluvis. Okay. Locked shut for now. Soluvis's tower. So Soluvis must be... I wonder who he is specifically. Okay, so this is just for an item. Black Wolf Mask. What the hell is that about? Were they, like, doing something with the wolves here, or what's going on? Wait, can I just jump up the tower, though? I mean, I still wouldn't necessarily be able to go into it, huh? But I can go up it. Oh, never mind. Let's close this one. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that would have been strange if they had forgotten this, but... Okay, so there's only a treasure chest here, though. No NPC, apparently. Ooh, that did more damage than I thought it would. At least it didn't kill me. That would have been very, very stupid. Okay, So, I must be missing other stuff then, I guess. I mean, well, I found Seleucus's puppet. I wonder if interacting with the puppet opens up the tower. Honestly, I don't really know about that. I mean, I don't really know anything about Seleucus, right? I've never heard the name before, so... Oh, he's still here. Kind of a strange place. Honestly, this gives me a bit of a feeling that somehow I might have not done everything that you're supposed to do before coming here. Almost as if I'm missing, well, something. Some piece of information or, an item, potentially? Oh yeah, I think I already killed the scarab. Well... Okay, that's Rani's tower, right? Still don't know how to properly pronounce her name. Rani? Wait, didn't she... No, she said Rena, right? She herself didn't pronounce Rani or Rani. Rani, probably. What an interesting place. You know, everything's foggy and mysterious, and yet at the same time, probably one of the friendliest places that I've seen so far. I mean, there was a big dragon here, but other than that... Wait. So Rena is an actual person then, not just... One second. I wonder if Rena maybe was... The twin sister we probably would have heard about, right? If there is Rena's tower, then I'm wondering if that's why she has two heads. I'm wondering if she maybe inserted herself into Rena's body? Right? And that's why she introduced herself as Rena? Maybe that's sort of the name she uses as a disguise, I'd imagine. I mean, well, she clearly does use it as a disguise. I'm just, you know, at first I thought that it was literally just that, a disguise, but now I think that she probably... she probably actually means that, right? She's probably actually called Rena. The person whose body she's inhabiting right now might have been called Rena, or is still called Rena, depending. Also, it's really interesting to me that these stones over there, it's sort of, I thought it was like literally a mountain, but it's sort of floating as well. What exactly is up with that? Why is it this weird, almost crystalline structure? What is going on here? Why is there this random piece of land behind the manor that just has some random NPC, or not NPCs, some random enemies in it? Hi. I hear something. Can you... Why was that so difficult? It's also interesting to me, oh. I actually should probably pay more attention to these guys. So I am dealing holy damage with the scythe, but it's not the same as the skill that I previously had on my sword, where it actually has this holy effect on it. Which is really interesting, right? Because, like, logically speaking, I am still dealing holy damage. So in a way, these skeletons should stay dead, yet they don't. I mean, it's not a big deal, and it sort of makes sense considering the rules of the game so far, but it's also kind of weird at the same time. And I didn't really expect a Site of Grace here, to be completely honest. Behind Carrier Manor. So literally... Okay. Interesting name. Not so much fog around here anymore. A lot of gravestones, though. Oh, that was just... Wait, I can summon here? Let's check out up here first. That probably just means that there is just a bunch of enemies here, right? I mean, there has to be some sort of special... I wonder if... Is this sort of their family graveyard, potentially? Also, what's going on with the shadows again? Why are they moving so fast? What an interesting place. I mean, let's just, I guess, go through it. Ah, for fuck's sake. Do I still... Of course not. Well, I guess I'm just gonna use a bunch of sorceries first. Oh! Wait, these guys are here? I did not expect that, to be honest. What are you guys doing here? Albinoric Ashes. Oh, I really... I got parried, or well, not parried, but my weapon bounced off quite a lot from the attack. What's your deal? Wait. Juvenile Scholar Cap. Juvenile Scholar Rope and a Larval Tear? He was pointing towards Renata, right? Cap worn by young Academy scholars, the juveniles birthed anew by the amber egg of Queen Renala, the head of Raya Lucaria Academy. Wait, what? Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. What the fuck did they do? Is that what happened to this world? Is this like the first hint as to what put the world into the state that it's currently in? So, juveniles were birthed anew by the amber egg. I'm just... So far, I hadn't really connected that. I mean, Queen Renala was literally sort of rebirthing, I guess, were people. I wonder if that's who these Albinorics are. Maybe that's why they're considered not natural, sort of, or artificial, because they were reborn through the amber egg. So they were getting dependent on rebirth because of imperfections. Each awakening caused memory loss. Or each reawakening, I guess. Awakening caused memory loss. Okay, that has the same description on it. This guy was pointing towards Renala, right? I think he was pointing at the academy. What the hell is the deal here exactly? I mean, it clearly has something to do with the Albinorics. There is a grave glove wood here. Well, I mean, considering what we've also seen with the cracked pots and everything, right? I mean, then again, we also have these guys here, right? Those who live in death. He literally kicked him away. What the... The reason why I'm sort of confused here is I'm just kind of wondering what exactly is the connection between those who live in death and the Albinorics. And I guess, I don't know, they seem so different, right? Also considering, I mean, these guys have something to do with Deathroot, right? So... And the Albinorics don't, though. But then again, I mean, now we know that Rani has something to do with the Knight of Black Knives, and therefore with killing the Death God, and presumably whatever that weird seal is that we know of, right, that she or her body apparently has. I don't know if... I'm honestly a bit confused by that. What exactly does that mean? Is she somehow... Oh, is that like a world boss enemy or something? That looks interesting. Oh, and there's also these worms here as well. But yeah, I mean, what exactly would the connection be here? Hi. You look cool. Whoa. Ooh. Does remind me a lot of the boss that we actually fought in the academy, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Didn't really have a name in this case, though. Interesting. Hello. Ah, for fuck's sake. Can you... The sort of hit range or hitbox of the scythe is a bit weird sometimes. Not, well, weird. I mean, it does look like it's not connecting. I'm not saying that the hitbox is bad or anything. It's just... You kind of don't expect it. I don't know what else to say. Okay, that's it, though? Who was that? Or what was that? The wolf, I mean. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot to look at the wolf mask that we found earlier as well. This one. A mask fashioned after the head of a black wolf. Relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Rani the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. What the fuck does that mean? Black wolf mask. Oh, oops. I guess it was worn by an assassin that was Rani's shadow. So we've met a guy that was disguised as a wolf in the Mistwood in Limgrave. I honestly don't really remember what he talked about, though, or whether or not he actually talked about anything concerning Rani, to be honest. So is this place actually connected to the gate, though? That has to be the secret tunnel, right? That somehow gets you up to the Altus Plateau as well. What's the connection here, though? I mean, what was this specific wolf about? Or wolf lady, or... Well, I don't know. I'm just kind of assuming by... I don't know, its stance? I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's a she or a he. But, I just find it rather interesting that we're literally getting no information here at all. We're just seeing this huge graveyard, no idea what that's about. Then we see those who live in death, which seems to be a weird connection. I mean, well, we know that Deathroot, right, is connected to the Death God, and therefore has to be somehow connected to Rani's death mark, right? Yet at the same time, I don't really know if they're connected in any sort of way. I mean, clearly there have to be some connections there, and we'll probably learn about them in the future as well. But currently, I'm really, really unsure as to what that could mean. Or, what kind of connection there could be between the two. Am I sort of... Oh. So this is actually an Everjail here. Seems to be a somewhat random location for it, but sure. I mean, it's just kind of strange that behind such an important place as the Carrion Manor, right? You would have thought that, oh yeah, this is sort of the end to this whole deal, yet there is this Everjail here as well. Interesting. Is there a site of Marika here? No, but well, we're somewhat close to the site of Grace. Huh. Interesting, though. Usually they're, usually they have statues of Marika next to these things. Should I try this Everjail? Well, probably not now. I mean, I can... Well, I will try it, but not right now at this very moment. The Royal Grave Everjail, okay. So, as expected, this graveyard is definitely the graveyard that belongs to the manor, right? It belongs to the Carrion royal family. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm definitely wondering what's going on with this entire theme of rebirth through this amber. I mean, well, the amber egg was created by the Earth Tree, I'd assume, at some point, right? Or was taken from the Earth Tree, possibly? There's just definitely a lot of information that we still don't really know about. And what's up with these other two towers here? I mean... Wait, was that... never mind. I wonder if... Well, let's take the one path that is still left here first, right? Maybe that'll give us some answers. If it doesn't, maybe I need to interact with that puppet of, what was his name? Or her name? Solubis? Maybe I need to interact with that beforehand? I don't really know. But, okay. Let's look here first. Just, again, so far, this seems a lot less helpful than what I would have expected, somehow. I don't know. I definitely had, well, at least a bit of an expectation of, you know, we're finally getting some answers here. You know, we're that this place would be connected to a bunch of things. I mean, it clearly is, but somehow it seems like, well, whatever answers we could possibly get here might still be locked behind something. Five old fangs. Wait, aren't they connected? Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial crucible. What are they doing on the roof here? Old fang. Did the dragon lose them or what? The hell? Ah, there's another item there, okay. Well, let's take a look here first. Is that an enemy? No. Wait, okay. Hello. There's more of these weird people here. Seems like whatever they did was, you know, they clearly experimented on a lot of different people. Also, it sounds like they potentially placed the wrong sound here, right? It sounds like I'm running on wood, not stone. Oh well. Well, who the fuck are you?
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship.
Your Worship?
I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia.
Hydia?
Servant to the Carrion royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls.
What? What kind of dolls are we talking about? Because what I would call dolls, which are the marionettes, that are also, well, created by sorcerers, I'd assume, they're not here.
Your Worship, allow me to be of use. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
Well, what do you want? Pidia. Okay. Wait, are they talking about the killed knights? Is that how they're maybe conjuring up those ghosts that we fought on the bridges leading up here? And they're calling them dolls? Okay, what do you sell? Ooh, that looks interesting. Budding horn, well, that's a crafting material. Also says, how many of these things do you actually get? A weathered map. Well, that will certainly be something interesting. Ripple blade. I think that's what the Albinoric things are wielding, right? Unique weapon wielded by young Albinorics. This sword is modeled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. What? Its attack power is greatly enhanced with one's arcane attribute. Albinorics? Albinorics. Origin. are ripples? Question mark? So, I mean, that could mean everything and nothing, right? Is there origin, I guess, water of some kind? These weapons can potentially also drop from them, though, right? Black leather shield, that looks pretty good. From the north, this shield depicts the polar star in rivets of gold. The inside is lined with fur, protecting the carrier from frost. So polar star exists in this world. Which is interesting. And then we have... Well, I still have a lot of runes, so I can... Carrion Retaliation. So that's for shields. Swing the shield to dispel incoming sorceries and incantations. Transforming the magic into retaliatory glint blades can also be used in the same way as a regular parry. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. I wonder if you would buy this, could you go here before fighting Renala? I'd assume so, right? If you can already talk to this guy, or girl, or whatever. Pidia. Her, probably. I wonder if you could buy this and fight Renala with it. That would probably be really fun. If you could master the timings of that, she could literally kill herself, I'd assume. Okay, let's get this. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook 7, Cold Bone Arrow and Cold Bone Bolt. That's probably to inflict frost, right? Can also get another Celestial Dew here. Still no idea. Well, yeah, I thought that this was probably useful against if you're antagonizing some sort of NPC somehow, but yeah, no idea. I wasn't able to do it, so clearly whatever antagonizing means, I didn't do it so far. Okay, let's get the ritual part as well. I don't really... I mean, the rest I don't think is that important.
A fine day to you, worship.
Also, why is she calling us... Or...
Whatever you like.
Calls the player worship. Okay, that's it. Do I need to buy more from you, or
Please.
let's just try it and see, because I do still have the runes. No, okay. So, seems to just be an NPC then? That's the map, right? A simple map, badly weathered. Oh, holy shit. That looks weird. Left discarded and forgotten for some time. Depict streaks of amber light. Where the fuck is that? Do you think that's really, really hard to tell where that could be? I mean, it might be somewhere I haven't really been to so far. Strikes of light. Doesn't really look like any place I'm familiar with, though. Because, I mean, this way... It almost looks a little bit like this, right? If this would continue with this formation somewhat. So then the map might potentially point towards somewhere here. I don't think any other place that I've been to so far looks like that, though. Yeah, pretty sure I haven't seen that yet. Oh, right, I can't even attack. That is also so weird, right? That there are these random places where you just can't attack. Well, I don't really know what to make of this manor, to be completely honest. I mean, it certainly wasn't disappointing. We learned a lot. We've seen a lot. We've met Rani finally. Rani, whatever. But at the same time, it doesn't necessarily feel like we've really advanced in any sort of meaningful way. Where's there a fucking crab? What the hell is a crab doing here? What was it about the sun? They don't really have any sort of... Oh. I'm almost feeling as if I'm missing some sort of connection that I should already know about. I half expected not to be able to pick that up. Stone sword key, really? Okay. It's just... At this point in time, I'm just missing quite a lot, right? That's what's tripping me up a bit. So, I'm still missing something that would give me entrance to the Divine Tower from the Carrion Study Hall. Somehow I'm missing something there. I'm clearly missing something to be able to talk to Rani, and I'm missing something to access these two towers here. So somehow this manor gave me more questions than answers. And I'm honestly just really unsure if what I'm supposed to do is potentially just moving forward. So, you know, essentially just trying to get to this Atlas Plateau via other means and not the lift. Or if I missed something, or some sort of item or NPC interaction or something else that would give me either more information or more potential or more possibilities in terms of where I could go. Before I end the stream, though, since I want to take a lunch break here in a second, I am going to talk to the Smith again. And also, obviously, I want to end at the Round Table Hold, and potentially ask them a couple more questions as well.
Well, it's kind of you to speak to me again. Then I presume these old bones serve their purpose? More or less. I've explained of the enchanted snake. Whatever you do,
Huh. Huh. Well, he clearly didn't say anything of importance. Okay, let's go back to the round table. Let's see if Rogier tells us anything, because he was the one that pointed us towards Ronnie, right? So if anyone has information for us, it's going to be him.
It's good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
Oh, so I can tell him that. Okay. Ronnie cast off her curse mark.
When Rani shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale. But if she in her current form is nothing more than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all.
She's a living doll?
Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Rani's vassals? Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you. I've seen it.
Okay, so okay, I guess I'm getting closer to the mystery of why I've seen so much fan art of her. So if you can enter her service, I mean, what would that mean though? I didn't even really know about that.
Become Rani's vassal to advance our agenda. While in her service, you'll be able to take a poke around on the sly and determine the location of her original body that bears the curse mark. I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger, but I know you've got what it takes. Quite possibly the only one, in fact.
Why exactly does that put us in danger? I mean, she hasn't really disclosed anything to us, but she's been friendly the entire time. I don't really know why that would be bad to become one of her vessels.
Hello there.
Unless, well, I'm honestly unsure what kind of dolls they're even talking about. What's up with the name or the doll description in this case? I'm honestly really unsure what that even is supposed to mean.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
Okay. I thought she would say something new, but...
Well, I took you've no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Okay, they're not really reacting to anything. Let's talk to Fia again. Let's see if she has anything to say.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yes.
Come closer.
Let's see if we can talk to her. Or if she's only giving us a hug. I mean, Fia is literally, you know, she's even called the deathbed companion, and yet I haven't really seen fan art of her. So I absolutely no idea what that's about, Ronnie, but... Aha.
I heard that you lent a hand to dear Roger.
I did indeed.
Positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him. Despite his grievous wounds, you truly are a champion to dear Roger, and myself too.
Hey, she gives us a sacrificial twig.
Day to you, my dear.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's not bad. That's always something that you can use if you're in a situation with a lot of runes and you want to check out something, but you're not really sure whether or not you would, you can die. Something like that. Well, okay. Actually, you know what, since I stopped here, let's take this as sort of the last image of the stream. Yeah, I mean, we've gone through the entire manor, which is pretty cool. Clearly there are more secrets to uncover. I guess the thing that I'm going to do next time is just talk to Rani again, right? Because I don't really want to interact with the weird doll that we found in that cave that apparently belongs to Seluvis. Maybe Ranni is actually going to tell us something about that. But yeah, I don't really want to interact with that for fear of... I mean, if I hit it, it could just lead to some animosity by Seluvis or Ranni or whoever. I don't really know. I do wonder, though, whether or not entering Ranni's service is really going to give us anything. Because what Rogier is looking for is certainly interesting, and that's definitely sort of the core part of the story currently. The core story thread, I guess you could call it. Yet, it seems to be somewhat disconnected from the lift to the Eldest Plateau and the second part of the medallion, right? Those two things seemingly aren't really connected, so I wonder what the deal is with that. I really wonder, I mean, well, since we've already heard it, right, there's definitely a way to get to the Eldest Plateau without having the second part of the medallion. I'm just wondering whether or not the game will force you through that, or if you could potentially get the second part of the medallion somehow and actually use the lift. But yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to do next time. That's going to be talking to Ranni again, suggest becoming her vassal, whatever that means. Or not vassal, but vassal? Vassal? Not the vessel with an E, but the vassal with an A. Whatever. Yeah, suggesting that, right? Pretty much think that's going to be the next move. And then after that, I will definitely want to do the Everjail behind the Carrion Manor. Though I suspect that's not necessarily going to be the most difficult thing. Then again, I've been wrong about those things the entire time, so I don't really know. Could be very difficult. But, well, usually they don't take that long. Yeah. And then... Well, I can still try and kill the other dragon in Leonia as well. That's still there. It's just, as I said before, I'm somehow I have a feeling that I'm missing a couple of central pieces here. And I'm just really, really unsure whether or not I just missed them somehow, or whether or not I just didn't have the chance to get any information on that so far, right? Whether or not the game wants you to go to the Eldest Plateau first, sort of quote-unquote manually. It's just really hard to tell right now. But yeah, that's going to be it for the stream. I'm going to take a lunch break. I still have something else to do as well, so I'm not that sure how much I will be able to stream this afternoon, or if at all. Hopefully I'm going to be back for at least some sort of a short stream for this afternoon, but again, I'm not really sure on that. Other than that, there's definitely going to be another Elden Ring stream tomorrow. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. I hope you're having a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next one. Bye-bye!